that kid that was missing?
Um,
Dog one?
yeah.
Morning, council. I'll call the meeting to order at 10:16. Let's start with roll call. Dolores Juan. Here. Christopher Eaglebear. Todd Bearshield. Sebastian Keller Wright.
Here.
Stanley Woodenknife Jr.
Oh.
Michelle Hollowhorn Bear. Royal Yellowhawk. Robert Rattlingly.
Oh.
Charles DeBray Jr. William Marshall. Wayne Frederick. Emily Boyd Galandra. Alvin Berryhill Sr.
Here.
Jerry Wright Plain. Here. Tamalon Wilcott.
The whole road missing, huh?
Lila Kilzenside.
Look at Larry.
Michael Bolt Sr.
Here.
William Kindle. Ben Blackbear III. Marion Little Thunder. Here. 11 present, we have a quorum. Lila, can you take prayer for us, please? Sure.
Kashila, Bakantaka, Kashila, Makatiana, Pita, Kashila, Miss Nalali Waka, Yuka. I hate the one that all Yapiela, Betty. Our meeting will happy that you can. Dr. Washta, it will come, Dr. Washta, it won't block up, it won't block up it. Another wash that the head should oyate, Kashila. Yomila, you wash that it. At Kashila, at Donald, or wash a chamo, you can't Yomila, we chose any walk, and walk like it, Kashila, walk, let's wash every track with them. At Kashila, at oyate. I hope to Kashila, Kashia, Kahekta, and Gabi, you can, and no Oichak, yet Kashila, walk yet from Gabi chat with Kashila. Na ish dona o kuja ticket that back in Kashila. Hena isha, we chose any we chat with the Kashila. Na our wash up it, walk like it Kashila. Na isha hena to Kashila, washigla, uyapi. Hook ake makawi tony ayush the big cat to Kashila. Tiwahet club give us agri chayet to Kashila, hechel. Our to Kashila, our opta, Dako Techika, or opta yapi, that Kashila, he had Oichak, ayet to Kashila. The our Dako Iwong Lakapi, Lana to Kashila, Luash apik, that to Kashila, Washdea Gagina to Kashila, Hechet. Washiki lana walk a quack a cat to Kashila lana. O gobblers of not to Kashila. Daku Gilha Ichuku. Da Ichuku Muchipi to Kashila. Oh, Yapia, Mitakuyas.
Thank you, Lila, and happy birthday.
Oh, happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
It's 2 days from now.
Oh.
I might be wrong.
Oh, your birthday.
I'm still young.
How can you do the flag song? Okay, council, we don't have an agenda for today, but by council motion, we scheduled the council day today to hear committee reports from all of our committees. So the tribal secretary didn't set out an agenda, so I don't know. Sunny, if you guys were here to report, tomorrow is our regular council day for you.
Yes, here to report, you can tell it's a special one.
Yeah, I would excuse, I would excuse me, I read today unless they want to just sit in and listen, but, today was 4 hours, please. It's a matter.
Yeah, we could come back tomorrow, as if I wanted to be quick, I just wanted to introduce the new acting superintendent, if I could.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. No.
Thank you, administration. Good morning, council.
Morning.
My my detail ended, on the 26th. And, we have a new acting superintendent here at Rosebud Agency, Mr. Ray Hart. He, went to the area office and he's gonna be the acting area director for 120 days. But, we just wanted to come over this morning. Mr. Hayes Haas, he's, gonna be the acting superintendent here at Rosebud Agency. He's been the deputy superintendent at Yankton Agency. And, just wanted to let him introduce himself and, like I said, we can come do our report tomorrow as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Morning, nice to meet all of you. I'm Chase Haas, I'm from Pine Ridge. I've been at the Yankton Agency as the deputy superintendent since November of 2024. Before that, I was with the Indian Energy Service Center as a natural resources specialist. Like Sonny said, my detail is 120 days, so end of October. Excited to be here and looking forward to working with all of you.
Thank you for coming. Any questions?
Morning. That's it.
Back to your day job now.
We're supposed to go do stuff.
For everyone, but I'll get more next one. This one.
Okay, council, we have, Charles, Royal, and Wayne are gonna be late. And then request to be excused is Ben, Tammy, Willie Kindle, Michelle, and Bill. A motion for that. Motion by Sherry, is there a second?
I'd like to be excused at noon.
Excuse at noon. Do you have something, Emily?
Yes, I'd also like to request to be excused for tomorrow. I was asked to give a presentation.
Anybody else? Mike?
If I could go at 3:00, we're still going there.
Anyone else? Sherry?
Tomorrow afternoon and Thursday, I'm going to excuse spiritual purposes.
Mary?
On Thursday.
Any more?
I'm gonna be excused tomorrow, because I got a son that came back from Florida. I haven't seen my grandkids in 4 years. Apologize to the way out there people.
Any more excuses? I'd like to make a motion to use those and the ones that are late by Emily, seconded by Totes, questioned by Bostine, all in favor? Opposed?
Daryl,
Not voting.
what?
Motion carries. Yes.
We have an old agenda that we could look at, that has the committee listings.
Committee listing sheet. You want to start with budget and finance?
Sure.
Do you have anything to report from budget and finance?
Nothing, there's nothing specific. We tentatively plan to start budget work end of this month, our last meeting of this month, and just kind of get a grasp of what the next fiscal year, portends for us. So, other than that, everything else is going well. We're not having any kind of serious financial situations, If, council's been responsible when it comes to fiscal decisions and whatnot, and I applaud you for that. Not always easy to be that way, given what our job is and the people that we're responsible for. So, try to be positive, I don't know what the latest news is from Washington as far as the really critical programs, we have to particularly, if we could get some idea of what that might look like, that really would be helpful. School closed, another important project. At this point, I guess first, we don't have to really ask whether or not council wants to do that. We always do. But I think maybe, I'm going to say this right out early. I think like where we've never done it before, I think this year we need to get into we should get into a process of means testing when it comes to handing out clothing orders, simply because money's going to be tight, and we've got a lot of slices of bread to spread the old mayonnaise on, Mayonnaise, of course, being $1. Anyway, that's about it. Sheriff?
Sure. Is the audit complete?
I don't think so. But honestly, I couldn't tell you, share the latest audit that I believe 24, might be complete or that close to it. I've visited with Wayne lately because he's been not doing well, not feeling well.
Yes.
Trying to touch base and have a discussion.
Okay, and then, as far as budget and finance is concerned, do you guys feel that your, next meeting at the end of the month, that you'll finalize budget?
No, we'll start looking at what kind of funds we might have, just to put the budget together.
Our program's
And considering, the general fund budget in particular, is pretty much set in stone, as far as the activities, whether or not, over the years, we've pretty much got that nailed down to, basics, healthy nutrition, and again, I mentioned the school clothes, and those programs that, we've been doing for years. I don't know that there's an appetite to change any directions, in a major way, simply because we don't have financial, ability to do that, at least, at this point. Now, we do have, we do have, thanks to Mr. Boyd, we do have funds, you know, we're not destitute or anything, you know, but what we do have right now is all we do have, you know, for the foreseeable future, so. you know.
I guess I was just kind of wondering, when you think you'd be done with that? Just
We have to, well, obviously we have to have it done,
Sherry, the
September.
programs are gonna turn in their budgets up by the end of the month, and then usually budget and finance goes over into the month of March.
Right, yeah.
So
Yeah,
just to get
yeah,
down to
I could
my-
mention that the word should go out to the program that they need to start getting their budgets in.
Okay, so we do have an election coming up, and I guess I would just like to see those budgets hit the floor before half a new council
Sure,
is possibly here.
No, I agree with you, I agree. We want seasoned eyes looking at them.
Yeah, I would like the body that's been sitting here working with our programs to be able to go through, they know the needs better than anybody.
Sure, that's good advice.
Todd and then Emily.
Good morning, council. Mike, when everything goes up, you know, like what's happening right now in the United States, do you raise up the clothing orders too, or?
It would increase the amount, you know, well, at
Yeah.
this point, that's one thing we'll be looking at, I don't know whether or not.
What's the
Whether or
amount?
not, I don't know what the standard amount is right now, I don't recall. Is it 200 bucks a child or something like that, or 150? I really don't recall, you know.
But in times like now, you guys do raise your.
Well, we'll have to look at, I'm sure we'll probably increase, you know, the
Yeah.
per capita amount, if you will, simply because of inflation. you know.
Yeah.
My own feeling is that, you know, we need to start looking at means testing, you know, I mean, quite frankly, you know, my family, I'll just use myself as an example. My family we can do without tribal health. You know.
Yeah.
I'm talking about my granddaughters and whatnot, because our family is still able to,
Yeah,
you know, they all work and stuff. you know.
yeah, a friend of mine just bought his son
And,
a pair of tennis shoes and like $600.
yeah, yeah, it can get expensive. You know. I don't know what's the best way to do school clothes, you know, since there's no,
Yeah.
best formula, I guess, you know, still working at it, you know. But the biggest determinant is the amount of money that we have, you know. And the amount of,
There's probably a lot of
families we have to try to help.
Probably a lot of more things in our tribe that you have to give more to, not just clothing orders, right?
Well, sure, there's, again, we don't know where we have that. Elderly nutrition, for an example, I believe the state is able back there,
Yeah.
their assistance and whatnot, you know. The animal control thing, or, you know, our animal situation, you know, and what we do there. Law and order, you know,
Yeah.
even our court system, you know, particularly our court system, are they adequately funded? You know, I mean, that's, we know they're struggling, you know. Is that some of that because of lack of funding? You know, it could be, you know, and we have to just, we have to decide, you know, what the priorities are, quite frankly. And that's not always easy, you know. And it's hard to get 100% consensus on,
I'm like not
What should be
budget, I
funded,
will have to meet about it every 2 weeks.
we'll be meeting, yeah, once we get started, we'll be meeting probably weekly, month of August.
Emily.
Thank you. I know Sherry kind of touched on it already, but I was just wondering, because of kind of the uncertainty that's going on in DC, are the programs aware of any contingency planning or any type of efforts that we need to do on our end so that as we get closer to that? Because I think the last time we talked about budgets, we were kind of in the realm of, in a perfect world, we were kind of looking at just another CR to kind of keep us as is, which would kind of be good for us. Then we started hearing, well, if that big, whatever thing got funded the way it wanted to be or proposed to be, that would mean a lot more cuts, some up to 100% cuts. And so between that extreme and another, we were also hearing there's been some movement and discussions on increasing the budget for some of these things, but whether or not that gets any traction or anything. So because there's so much broad spectrum there, I'm just wondering how should we best prepare ourselves here for the decision making, but how should we also, let our staff, especially our directors, start preparing for anything of that nature as far as like a contingency plan of any? Because I think last time when we asked of that, our staff kind of maybe didn't have the best direction, and so they looked at their budget and just cut it by 30%. Whereas I think in this instance, if those cuts are really going to be coming, you might need to be a little bit more creative in how those cuts. So I'm just curious as to, is there any recommendation or any opinion from the committee as to, should we start planning those types of things yet?
Well,
Thank you.
the only suggestion I would have, personally, just based on my own knowledge, submit a budget that is what you can get by with. Not necessarily based on what you want and what you may need, but what you can get by with. And if that's a continuing resolution sort of thing, is there anything in that we do now that maybe we need to scale back on, and I'll say it flat out, incentives, bonuses, that sort of thing, I mean, the world ain't gonna come to an end if we don't do that anymore. There was a time when we didn't do that at all, and things were fine.
Okay, I was just asking because I know it's kind of an ask to tell us your full need, like what would your full need, and then it's up to us to try to fund that, versus now knowing we probably aren't going to get anybody's full need, but what that, I don't know.
Right, yeah.
Base.
Well,
Thank you.
it's gonna depend on what the requests are and what the income projected numbers might look like, and if there's not enough, the committee can't come up with identify enough to adequately fund everybody based on what they submit, then it's going to come in here, and somebody's going to have to make the hard decisions as to what to cut. But I mean, that's worst case scenario. Something that I'm kind of concerned about. Let's talk about LEAP for example. I suspect LEAP is going to get funded because every state in the union depends on LEAP to some extent. What I'm concerned about is the money may not be here when we need it, so we will have to be able to self-fund our LEAP needs in the beginning, and whether or not we got enough reserves to do that sort of that and school clothes and everything else, this fall, don't know at this point, but it is a concern of mine.
Good morning to the Oyate and everyone listening. Since we're on budgets, I just want to remind all our directors, some of you have carryover money that's coming up. We have Rosebud Fair coming up. So let's take good care of our people here during Rosebud Fair with that carryover money also. Let's make sure that they have TV, carnival tickets for our kids, and let's celebrate things in a good way. So with your carryover money, remember our people also during Rosebud Fair. Thank you.
Todd, did you have your hand?
Yeah. One of my questions was, Toad's just bring up, about Rosebud Fair, but Another thing I got, in the last week or two, I got some calls, but, it was, since Mike's here, I just, told the people that call me that it'll come out, sooner or later. But then, I got 2 calls on, people they wanted just to know what was spent for the tribe to send everybody to the little big one. I just told them it'll probably come out, later, once everything gets added up. I just thought I'd let Mike know. But, one of the ladies that called me asked if it could be posted or something to a paper. I don't know how we want to go about that.
Well, as far as making the information public, that there's nothing says we can't do that. As a matter of fact, we're supposed to publish a tribal budget every year, and we really don't do that faithfully, do we? Like the state institutions do, the city of Michigan,
I think Coach got the same call because that lady asked him
No,
if we could spend that much money on Rosebud Fair for the kids and carnival and stuff too.
well, yeah, that, again, right now, I know we will have the fair and we will spend the money. But we won't know the full extent of how much that is until it's all over with. I mean, that's just the way it works, Yeah, the other thing that, well, here's something, for example. We're all aware that there's this idea about the money that general fund gives to the communities now that they shift that burden over to TLE, right? I mean, is that I understand the discussion, about that yet, so if that happens, of course, that'll help general fund a lot, Now, how it will affect the tribe's dividend from TLE, I don't know, TLE should do pretty well this year, because, hey, we got the rain, there's drought in other parts of the country. The opportunity to make money in the cow business is pretty good right now if you got cows, I heard the other day that that the national inventory on cows is right now is the last time it was as low as it is right now was in 1961. So there's fewer cows, the prices are up. You guys all buy beef, everything costs a lot of money, and that kind of bodes well for the cattle operators because they're getting more for their cows, Yeah, and there's going to be, because our pastures are looking pretty good right now, I'm sure that there's going to be interest in leasing tribal land, so we should do a little bit better this year than we normally do. The other thing that we need to let's finish out the bad news first. Casino's doing okay right now. It seems to be getting by without any assistance from us. But we still haven't dealt with the thing on the Internal Revenue Service. And more than likely, when it's all said and done, we're going to end up owing them a few $100,000. Certainly not the $1 million number, because a lot of that is interest and penalties and stuff. And generally, you can get relief there. So, but still, that's what, and how the IRS is going to want to get paid, if that happens, then sometime in the next 12 months, if that boogeyman shows up and knocks on the door, we gotta talk to him, you know. Then, even a couple $100,000 is, you know, when it comes in the middle of the year, is, it can create a problem. So there's a lot of, you know, there's a lot of unknowns, whatnot, but there's a lot of things we do know too, you know, so we can formulate a plan. Not everybody's gonna be happy, you know, and of course the battle will take place in here. I know that.
Totes, did you have a question?
I just have a little something to say about the cattle business. It is up high right now and our grass does look good. But we still have our hottest months coming, July, August, and September. So depending on the hay we get, if we don't get enough hay, that means hamburger. That means we're having to that just means hamburger is gonna increase too. You know, so we have to wait and see what our balancing act is gonna be here and everything, because come October 1st, you know, we'll find out where everything stands. But yeah, we have to continue to find the balance in everything that we do from here on out. Thank you.
Do you have anything else, Mike, to add?
No, not offhand. Comes to mind at the moment, you know.
How's the fair coming? Their budgets and everything?
I can't, I can't speak to that. I don't know. To be honest with you, you know, I haven't been privy to only one meeting. I think we're supposed to have one last week. I came down, you know, it didn't happen. So not sure, but we did budget an amount for the fair. Now in the general fund budget, I forget the amount. But whatever that is, that the fair board has to create the budget out of that number.
Oops, did you have
And
anything?
they may have done that, you know, I'm not the one to ask, I guess.
Did you have anything else, folks?
Can we get an update on that tomorrow during council on what's going on with the fair right now?
I'll ask Wayne.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yeah. I think they got the buckles ordered.
1,000. Probably give him a report on that
A
too.
small thing like that is, you know, a big thing.
Special events, yeah.
Okay, that's all I have, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll just move on down the line. We have economic development next.
Shall I motion to approve the budget and finance?
Yeah, you guys,
Okay.
okay. Motion by Sherry to approve budget and finance report, seconded by Todd, question by Totes, all in favor.
Well,
Opposed,
0,
not voting,
0.
motion carried. Hey Sherry.
Okay. Good morning, council. From the Economic Development Committee, we kind of have a lot of stuff, but I'll make it as brief as I can and informative. As far as Redco goes, they give a really thorough report and it's in your email. And they have a lot of entities that are going, that are operating out there. They do have a board selection that they're waiting on council for us to select their recommendations for their board seats that are up. Turtle Creek is being advertised for proposals to see what business will be in there next. The board will review those. The Economic Development Committee has made several motions to take some action on a few things that we are seeing. One was to copyright our Rosebud Sioux tribe flag and have our Attorney General work on that. We're working on an acceptable use policy regarding our emails and all social media platforms. That's much needed, which brings up an issue that we're having that we need to address here at council. A lot of the programs have Facebook pages, and which is a good thing, but the problem is if an employee
leaves, then people don't have access to that Facebook page. So the committee made a motion to tell all of the programs to deactivate their page, call IT department, and IT will work with them to set IT up as an administrator. We had a handful of, I didn't get a report on who, but we had some programs refuse. So that's an issue here that we need to address. They refused to work with them. They said it's their Facebook page. IT is not trying to run their page. They're just trying to be an administrator. And for those of you that don't know, if you have a page on Facebook, like if you had a council page and we were all administrators on it, it'd be linked to our normal Facebook page and the password would be our Facebook password. And no one else would see that or know it. And all I would have to do to make like Todd an administrator is go in to that page, add him as an administrator or an editor. So we do need some action with that. If maybe the Madam Chair can do a follow-up memo with the motion excerpt that was released to make sure that the programs are. Can you give me a list of the programs?
I'll have to get it from the
Okay.
IT director.
Yeah, that'll, okay, we can address it
I'll do that.
appropriately.
Yeah, so that's some of the issues that we were worried about.
This has a question.
Good morning, everyone. Shut your door, hello, okay, should not pay shoes off. Yeah, this came up, and then one thing that you said when it was brought up, you made an example like committees are just recommendations, recommending like how we did, I think, in budget and finance to put a moratorium on like spending unwisely. Like you just said that those are just recommendations. They can still do whatever they want until it comes here, until we make a resolution and make it law. So when you said that, that's what I was telling them, is that they're just recommendations until council gets here. And then the big overall picture is our overall, this is a good idea if it's for everyone. If it includes our charters, if it includes every single thing that the Rosebud Sioux tribe encompasses, not just the tribal programs, but the entire charter of who our tribe is. I think that's the route we should go if we're gonna do this. Because we do own everything Rosebud. But I just wanted to make that point too.
I guess, just to kind of respond to that, some of our committees do make motions and programs immediately follow them. If Budget and Finance makes a motion to approve a bonus or a, travel or something, then it gets adhered to. This is a simple access of use for our IT department, so that if a person leaves the program, that the tribe retains ownership of that Facebook page. And the reason behind that is we've had several instances where we have Facebook pages out there that exist that nobody has access to. So then we create a new one. The other instance is we had one turn into a very indecent site because it got hacked. So cybersecurity also becomes an issue here when it comes to this. So as far as us here, the reason, Councilman, why we focused on our tribes is because our tribal programs is because those charters have their own boards that they answer to. And I don't think that there's an issue with us reaching out and extending a, some sort of a notice to the charters and asking them to make sure that their Facebook pages are monitored by one person from their entity. Okay, I'm gonna skip down to broadband. Broadband, they submitted a scope of work change and a budget change. We were waiting for those funds to be released. Those funds are finally released. All the fiber is in the ground and it's ready to go. It's just not hot yet, meaning it's not connected to the, it's not connected. With the funding that was released, the next two steps are gonna be the concrete. They're gonna lay the concrete at the 17 towers, because there's already 2 existing towers. 17 towers, and once they get the layout for all those, then they're gonna start the tower rebuild. The bead the state BEAD program reached out and asked us, they had extra money and they asked us if we wanted to apply. However, if we applied for that money, then that would go against us saying that it would impede on our grant that we have existing right now. So the lawyer there with the TUC and broadband declined that also. Let me see what else there. We had an issue with rights of way funding or documentation. We made a motion to have the committee or the secretary's office go down to one of the archive facilities and retain all our rights of ways documentation. They were told that they're not allowed in there right now. I'm not sure if it's shortage of staff or what they said, but they did tell the secretaries that they would have to submit a FOIA, which a BIA official is doing right now in the office. They're submitting a FOIA for all of our rights of way resolutions through that. So I'm not sure the timeline on that, but it's concerning. And I think we should make sure that any of our rights of way documentation no longer get housed with the Bureau Archive. The broadband office is up and running, and they will be starting to train people for this tower climbing soon. So keep an eye out for that for possible jobs, opportunities for people. Our AG came in and had a meeting with us, and we spoke about the possibility of creating a tribal treasury. I don't want to go into details on that on air. If you want to hear the rest of that, we can wait till the end of my report. I could go off air for that. 100 Homes project, we have sold roughly 24 homes. And we have some problems that we're running into regarding the home site lease process. The home site lease process is very long, as you all know. It's about a 16-step process. We had very long, lengthy discussions on what we can do to try and alleviate some of that. And our recommendation from the committee was to meet with the Land and Natural Committee and bring back the Land Use Commission so that we can start zoning areas in our communities. So the THPO site and some of the other steps would already be complete when people are getting home sites. So we have not had that meeting. I think it's maybe as simple as a motion from this body to advertise or select some people for the Land Use Commission and restore that commission. It is in the Law and Order Code. Lisa, Todd, and then Emily. I'm sorry, Todd and Emily.
Well, Sherry, since we're on the air, what's the cost of those homes?
There's different costs because they come from 3 different vendors, and they are so from Ujiji Housing Development. The 1-bedroom is $64,400. The 2-bedroom is $81,328. The 3-bedroom is $125,580,000. The 4-bedroom is $131,192. From the Dynamic Homes vendor, the 1-bedroom is $54,556. The 2-bedroom is $97,888. The 3-bedroom is $123,648, and the 4-bedroom is $164,864. And for the Marks Home Repair, the 2 bedrooms, There's 10 of those are $59,616. And I can share this document with the council.
And then tribal members, what do they have? Do they have to qualify for something, or do they just have to have a good job to make payments and buy those?
Yes, so they just have to qualify with a person to give them a mortgage. And the qualification, the initial qualification is to make sure that you are a tribal member and that you reside here or you're moving.
Okay, and then you have to get a 2.5 acre home site, or what if a tribal member already owns, like, you
That's,
could put it on there too, huh? All right, thanks, Sharon.
you're welcome. Have some, oh,
Over at me. Looking at you, Ben, I'm just kidding. I just had a quick question. So this comes up often, as you know, it was quite a heated discussion again yesterday at Land Natural Resources Committee. So I am all for having those conversations. I was just going to ask, well, the first thing I wanted to ask is, do you think it's better to seat the land use commission knowing that it's not functional right now? Or is there a way that we could see an interim committee, and I hate to say this, but like, that doesn't have their full authority except to look at and revise and get it to functioning so it talks to and coordinates with all of our existing ordinances regarding home sites and things like that. And then we can fully seed it and function and once it's fully functional, because I know we tried this in the past and it just created a lot more headache than it was worth. And so I don't know if we can do that option, like an interim and it's more of like a work group that kind of moves this along, because that's really what it needs, is some bodies and some people to do the work and move it along. And if we were to go that route, I would just request the most recent version with any updates or anything, even if it's in a draft form, be presented or maybe emailed out. Because I've requested that so many times, and each time I get the old existing version, which is fine, I'm familiar with that. But then when we go to act on it or talk about it, they're like, no, there's a different version, you don't have that. And so I really would like to move us forward with that. And if there's a version that people did work, I want to acknowledge that and move it forward with us and not be redundant with that. But I just think it's really important that that work happens. So in the meantime, while all of that's going to get set up and whatever, what we've asked several times, but hopefully we'll get some movement, is we've asked both TLE and the land office to provide us a map that shows any land that meets the qualifications underneath our ordinance for home sites. And then what the next step would be removing, bad soils, removing if it's in steep ravines and things like that. And so what you're left with would be potentially a zone that we could then zone, so then that the emphasis could be put on clearing that through TIPO, clearing that for roads and other infrastructural needs. We've tried it in the past, it was great, but for a number of reasons it stopped and never got picked back up. Yesterday at the meeting, we actually found that there might be another area that's been culturally cleared for a different reason, but if that area is large enough for multiple home sites, we were wondering if we could probably do a similar thing where you're kind of making a little subdivision out there. There's already existing infrastructure, but that makes more sense rather than having a home site along the highway every 300 feet for traffic and safety. But it also gets problematic when you want to lease the rest of that range unit and you have these little island boxes all within the unit with roads and everything like that. So that's really what we're trying to hobble that together. But in reality, we have some things in Title 18 and 19 that would help do that more effectively if we could get it updated. So those are just some suggestions.
I think those are really good suggestions. That's a good idea. When you say interim committee, do you mean members of this council, or do you mean for us to hand select like certain departments that are kind of already working on this and making them the interim committee?
I was thinking more of a work group, because if you seat people, then they have authorities, and that's where the issue is, because not only did it get all the way up to they wanted their authority to be equal to or above council, but there was also problematic issues where the zoning language did not match our language and our ordinances for home sites. We don't even have a lot of the home site lease language in these ordinances that are law. And so there's gaps in them, there's conflicting language in them. And there's also a legal reason why you want to have that seated appropriately. But what happened in the past is because of legal opinions was you wanted to have one person on that board that's a non-tribal member. And so it became problematic as to whether that needed to be totally non-tribal member or just non-Rosebud Sioux tribal member. So if we could clarify those types of things along with the ordinances and everything like that, I think that would be able to then get it seated. And then that would help us establish a better relationship with the county, with, you know, a lot of our potential partners here that we live with in our neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. No, good point. So the working group would not be council, it would be the program.
It could be made up of council, yes.
Okay.
I was just cautioning that we don't fully seat them yet, because I don't think they'll be able to function the way things are.
Okay.
But I would just suggest identifying a work group that would be able to move this along, get it to the point where we would be able to get it seated officially.
Thank you.
Something.
Councilwoman, right, will you let the listeners know, because I've had some text and asked if people can purchase more than one home. But these homes are they're a pretty good price for these homes. So will you explain to them what was set up about that to eliminate predators from coming in and purchasing like 10 homes or 5 homes to benefit them and jack the rent up?
Yes.
So will you explain?
That's one of the criteria, that you can only purchase one home, and the intent was, we didn't create this program with cheap prices so that one person can buy up the houses, or 10 of them. We created this program with the intent for affordable housing to fight homelessness here. So one home per person.
Thank you.
Yes. Mike?
Yeah, Sheriff, when you talked about the cost of the units, I was listening to you gave the number, and or is that the labor only cost for the, it sounds like it is.
So what the tribe did was we took a loss on it because we utilized ARPA funds. So we purchased the homes at their selling price, and we're turning around and selling them at a loss at $92 a square foot. And we are flipping the cost for the foundation and the move.
Right, yeah, well, for example, the one house that did get completed, I think the number was, it was a 3-bedroom, I believe. Maybe 4, 3-bedroom, I think, but it was well over 100, it was well over $350,000. So what you're saying is the cost to the purchaser of that home is only the $95 per square foot then, and the tribe is putting the rest out of ARPA funds?
Yes.
Okay, so
If you remember,
given
Councilman.
that there's, I'm thinking that there's only so much ARPA funds to cover that end of, the tribe's contribution. And if, are there any kind of control as to how much a 3-bedroom house can cost? Because I get the impression that it's not necessarily the same for everybody. I mean, some people are going to want basements. That's going to create an additional, and you don't know who's going to want a basement at this point in totality, so the ARPA funds at some point are going to run out. And at that point, how many homes are we going to, actually have in service?
So, do you
Kind of
mean like
follow my
for,
logic there,
okay,
Yeah.
so.
There's no control on how much money is total money is going into the house. The only static number that is in place is the $95 per square foot that the homeowner is responsible for. The rest is all on ARPA. And if somebody wants a basement, that's an additional $60-some thousand.
To the owner.
To the owner.
To the owner who, okay.
Well, no, not really, because they're only paying $95 a square foot.
Okay.
Now,
Give me-
unless,
Let me answer,
now that's
Can I
how
answer
I,
your
that's how I
question?
understood it.
let me clarify that for you,
Okay.
Councilman. So originally, the tribe allocated 32 million to homes.
Sure.
And 10 million of that was for the ARPA construction office.
Right.
And 22 million of that was for this 100 homes project. And then we set out with first additional $4 million to Ujijinka housing development. And they built those homes that went to the school and to adult corrections facility.
Right.
Okay, so then we were down to $18 million. And then the new council came in and we took 2 million and we put it towards clothing orders. We took another 2 million and allocated it somewhere else, and we allocated another 1.6 million to the Kapala housing development, and we got down to $14 million. So we did a set amount of houses to Mark's Home Repair. We already purchased those. We did a set amount to Dynamic Homes and a set amount to OHDC. And OHDC utilized that quote or that amount of money, and they're staying within that scope. So they're only building within the amount of money that we gave them.
And our bids at OHCC are labor-only bids. That's my point. They're labor-only bids. The ARPA funds is paying for everything over and above the labor.
Okay. And,
let me put it this way. Is there a limit on how much money a homeowner can qualify for? Not qualify for, but how much money can be spent on a 3-bedroom, for example, when the homeowner is only having to borrow the $95 per square foot of the total cost of that house, and the rest is coming out of the ARPA fund. And if I want,
the houses are already purchased. We already purchased the houses, so they belong to the Rosebud Sioux
I'm
tribe.
talking about the houses that are yet to be built.
Like the foundation or what?
You're out of order.
Well, I'm specifically talking about Mojiji, because the houses were built. You know, we built one in place so far, and we may have 2 or 3 others that are complete. Okay, now, but those aren't in place anywhere. You know, and they cost what they cost, and that number is contingent on the size of the house. Let's say they're all 3 bedrooms. You know, the total cost of them as they're sitting right now is well over $300,000. Okay,
And that's why they're only building 8.
okay.
So they're only building 8.
So how many are going to be able to be built when you don't know at this point how many people are going to ask for basements? That's an additional $65,000 per unit.
That would go on
That's
the,
not really planned for, you know what I'm saying?
well, the solution for that is all of these come with the foundation, but the foundation, if they opt out for a basement, whatever the difference is, the additional 63,000 would go on the home buyer's loan. They would have to front the bill for that.
That isn't the way it's understood. It's understood that they're only going to pay $95 a square foot, regardless of how many amenities get put on the house. That resolution we've had basically says that.
No, they have a,
Everybody pays 90, everybody only has to cover $95 per square foot of the house, regardless of what the cost is going to be. Whatever the difference is going to come out of these ARPA.
no, Ms. Lunderman is informing and working one-on-one with all the people that are coming in to purchase. And what happens is, once they get a home site and once they get a loan approved, then the ending document is a purchase agreement from the tribe. And, we went through the process of developing a purchase agreement and titling for these homes. And
within that purchase agreement, all of that stuff that you're worried about will be lined out in it.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay.
And one other issue that we've been having with the 100 Homes Project, well, I should stop calling it that, ARPA Homes Project, is during CARES or the ARPA funds, the tribe purchased house moving equipment. The council rep who sat on SWA board at the time requested that we give that to SWA, which we did. Now, with some of these small houses that were delivered, SWA is charging us a pretty hefty dollar amount to move these houses like 8 miles. So that's something that we're gonna have to visit with them about. Or I recommend if we can't, then we may have to take our housing equipment back and give it to ARPA so that they can move their own houses. So just a suggestion there, something for the council to think about. Sorry, my notes are. Sorry, Ben, you're probably annoyed with me. SRD has done a survey. So as far as most of you know, because we passed a resolution, the economic the Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy, known as the CEDS document, was submitted in haste by Redco without a resolution and given back to the tribe. And they did that because they were worried about the new administration, the Trump administration, and us not getting that complete. SRD did take that over, and this council did turn that over to SRD, and they sent out a survey for all of us. And a lot of times things come across this table and we discount them, but I want you all to know that the CEDS document is very important to the tribe and any USDA funds or grants that we want to submit for and get throughout the year. So it's very pertinent and important that we do this, survey, give it to your community reps, or your community chairs, and let people know. There will be a public hearing on that as well. And once that's set up, we'll announce that for you all.
Chair,
Yes,
is that survey still open?
I'm not sure.
I can't remember if there was a closing date on that one.
I guess I just assumed it was, but looking at my notes, it looks like that meeting was on the 6th of June. So,
Hopefully this makes sense.
yeah, I'll text Sarah. Let me text Sarah and make sure that this is still open for people to take the survey. Yeah, you're welcome. With the IT department, I want to jump back on to that really quick. Some of the things that we're making some suggestions to is that during our council meetings, when we have our breaks, that they're doing commercials, PSAs, just infomercials during our breaks, program, elder, community member who wants to tell a story. So those are some of the things that we're trying to do. We're looking for volunteers to come in and tell a story and offer something, and programs. They're going to be reaching out to programs to be giving information as well during our council meeting. We do pay for regroup, but all we use regroup for now is when we have a inclement weather. But regroup has so many different areas of use. So we're working on developing some criteria because we don't want, like, Sherry's having a garage sale to go out to everyone's council phones. But we do want to make sure that if there's an event happening, that we can put that out to all the tribal phones. And we want to get that out on the website to make sure that people can subscribe to it so that they can get tribal updates via regroup. And we also want to make it available for our communities to apply, but that'll all come into the regroup criteria. The acceptable use policy, I can't remember if we passed that at governmental affairs, but that's just going to go over usage of email and cell phones, and social media platforms. And one of the reasons is there's a concern about our tribal email being used back and forth as a chat. And it's a professional platform that needs to be used for such. And there was also some instances where all users got sent information that they probably shouldn't have. And there's been some people in the past who were terminated for that, and some people currently who have not been terminated. So we need to make sure that there's some policy around that to make sure that we're being fair to all tribal employees. And we also have been working, the economic development was by this body put as the interim cannabis commission. We do have a disposal policy that we're almost finished with that's going to come forward. We have a records policy that's coming forth, and we have an inventory receiving policy that's coming forth as well. We just have a few things to iron out, and then we need to send it over to governmental affairs for approval. So we are working on stuff there. We did have a facility walkthrough, and we did issue a facility license to Pejico and Rosebud Gardens. The walkthrough went good. We did realize that our walkthrough checklist does need work, and there was some stuff on there that needs to be either put in more detail and some things that need to be taken off. So it's a work in progress. The facility is secure. They do have a bank account. They do have safety precautions. They do have security. And they do have a lot of security cameras with a really amazing system. And they do have a good tracking software for seed to sale. Any questions about that? I don't know if the chairwoman can answer this, but on our agenda, we have the business office, and I'm not sure if they were always to report to Economic Development Committee, or if they got put on our agenda and just never removed, like requested to be on our agenda and just never removed, but we have never heard from the business office or got a report from them. So we were in a quandary not knowing if they were supposed to report to our committee or if they just got left on, because that personnel committee, that happened with the finance office. They were on our agenda, every agenda, but they weren't supposed to be. They were just put on there by request one time and never taken off. Resco, we have not got a complete update from them. They are applying for a few grants. The tribal electrification grant is still on hold, although we did the resolution here at council. We received a letter stating that the funds are on hold. So we may have to start talking some possible litigation there. That's another off-air subject that we should talk about. And we were informed by the treasurer and Ken at SRD, the SRD director, that the Justice Center and the 501L program is finally up and ready to go. So we'll be starting the Justice Center, which I'm really happy for. I think that's something that's been like 4 years in the making.
$19 million.
Yep, $19 million project. And that's all I have so far. Any questions?
And Todd.
Kami kakapila. Ang pwede kilindo kata ash. Ante awakten na petuda alo. I got a couple of questions that have been frequently asked, but I don't know the answer. Is there any proposals or any future plans for Turtle Creek Crossing?
Advertise.
It's being advertised in the paper for requesting for proposals.
That and another one is, Chichangu Auto.
That has been, advertised for, and they're in negotiations right now with the person that they selected for September.
The comments that I'm getting is that we're not very good at being businessmen. Because we let a couple of entities shut down. The casino, Britain, was dog paddling out there. And we, agreed to give the management of golf course to the city of Mission, and they're doing very well. That golf course is really looking good. Why couldn't the tribe do that? We're talking about economic development, and we got some businesses that we can't even manage. Now, as far as these housings you guys are talking about, I don't have any interest in that. Simply for the fact that the people that I'm representing aren't even going to be considered in this project that you guys have going. There's 90% unemployed, or, people below poverty level here on the reservation. Very selected few are in this upper echelon that are going to enjoy this houses. The homeless in Ushika are going to stay that way. Now you guys are talking about a $131,000 house. Grandma can't even afford $1,000 for the month. How's she going to afford one? These houses, if there's some way we could give these houses to them people, then I'll be satisfied. But at this point in time, I am not even in agreement with this. Same with this fact that the moving equipment that were given to SWA. Did they say that they were going to charge us for moving houses before we gave it to them? If that's what they're going to do, we should have never gave those away. Just like taking a dollar bill out of one pocket and sticking it back in the other. Ichamasita, the night hecha iwoga katransna. The lila la kota kene chatagni yohtis nyake. Le arpa iwagla koglena. My community. There was no investment from ARPA funds in my community. While the rest of the higher communities got to enjoy improvements to their houses, very few, if nothing else, was enjoyed by my community members. They didn't want to deal with them because they had old houses that there was no home assignment to them, and they can't prove that that's theirs. They've been living there for all their lives. When one asked for building equipment, they took it and just dumped it by their house and left. That's the way the outlying communities, the smaller communities, are being treated. That's why it's my job to defend those type of people that are, I always say that, I'm the voice for the people that are unheard. They're not going to come here and talk to you guys about their problems. They're not built that way. They're not Dakota Hecha. Hecha, while I can, while I'm still moving, I'm here to defend the people that are voiceless. I think the direction that we're going right now, Washita don't scum. Lakota Glene at the alien should have seen a lot. Kalej hinenda taku iwagla koglene blukchan on lila yomo pisni. Kalej hechong dona ka matami come now umakya ka benale wiluk jangena hechitishni and no umakya ka. I know toksa. Lek kancho wogla kachabena. Waho yala ha. As other said to company. I say that at every council. We're trying to be people that we're not. We got the mentality of Washita, but our skins are going to still be brown. Kahe chan watorsh na Lakota Glene chalila yukchapo. Kahe chitualo.
Well, I just want to say that, out of the $198 million that the tribe was given for ARPA, our homes project was 18 million of that, a small chunk. And a large chunk of that money did go out to our people in $2,000 payment increments and then another 1,500 payment increments. So, you know, I kind of take offense to saying that my project is only working on the upper echelon of people. If you have a bank account and you're not feeding that bank account, it's gonna run dry and you ain't gonna be able to help yourself. And that's what we do here as a tribe. We take our money and we give, and we never replenish it. This was an idea that started out to be 100 homes that was going to turn around, make us some money to build another phase 2 of homes. What that was gonna look like, apartments, condos, I don't know. Because that plan got squashed because now it's down to 48 homes. 54 if we, or 52 if we include the imminent threat grant homes. So for me, I do think about money. I do think about economic development. And yes, this tribe has had its failures in business, but the reason behind that is vested interest. We have businesses here that are thriving and successful because those people own them. And if they don't go to work, then they don't make money. But when it's a tribal business, we have admin day after admin day, then those businesses don't work. Or you have somebody there who may be, oh, I'm just a manager, I don't own this, I don't have any vested interest, so they don't go 100%. So there's some change of mindset that we need to have. The Mission City is doing well. They told us they have volunteers. And that day I joked, I said, gee, night must be nice. We never get volunteers. No one ever volunteers for the tribe. Everyone just wants the tribe to give them something. Now, this home project, the intent was the working class people, because the working class people don't qualify for SWA homes. And those of them that are in SWA homes and have worked their way up the ladder at work and don't have a place to go because they're going to be kicked out or have to pay a higher rent, this is an option for home ownership for them to open up those low rent units for low rent tribal members. So I feel like this is a really good, valid project, and I've been arguing the same point for 4 or 5 years. And our young people and our people really need a mindset shift, because we aren't here to provide for the tribe. Our people didn't live like that. Our chiefs didn't go cut all the wood and say, everybody, the wood's here. Everybody had a job. So for me, economic development is getting to a place where everybody has a job and they can all take care of themselves. And then we can function as a government, and we won't be worrying about all of the social services because we'll be able to fund programs to help with that. I don't know when we'll ever see full employment, but 86% unemployment rate in our census for years on end is horrible. And the only way to change that is by creating jobs. And economic development here isn't going to work. If we got a strip mall and we put a bunch of businesses on there, you know why they wouldn't be successful? Because the capita isn't here, the capital isn't here, the money isn't here. There'll be money on the 1st, there'll be money on the 15th, and tribal paydays. Other than that, those businesses will be slow. So we have to create jobs. And one of the things that the Economic Development Committee is doing is we're going to be putting out a survey to our tribal membership and our tribal employees, asking them, what kind of jobs do you think that we need here that are outside the scope of these federal constrictions and state constrictions of these grants and this federal funding? Because all of us, even me, I get stuck in that mode when we're here. Oh, well, we can't do that because, you know, there's no money for it. We do have money, some, not enough to go around, but if we created jobs, that money here, it would continue to rotate. So I just want to say that vested interest, maybe when we start these businesses, we need to say, okay, you are a part ownership of this, or you get some sort of a bonus if you exceed this amount of revenue for the year. And put jealousy aside, put envy aside for like, oh, why did they get so much? Well, they're operating a business that isn't theirs and they're making it successful. So how do we incentivize them for that? One last thing is the wind turbine. Through economic development, through OSPA, there's a grant to look at the wind turbine out to the casino. But if it's worth fixing and it gets up and operational, who's in charge of that? I don't know. Is the casino in charge of that? Make.
Share, in retrospect, what good is that single turbine? In reality, other than the fact that it's a wind turbine, energy, blah, all that good stuff, but it's only one.
Yeah.
The whole idea when it was conceptualized was it was going to contribute something. It hasn't contributed anything except a drain on our coffers. I mean, let's be realistic about it.
Well,
What's the point of putting money in that, let's.
it may not
unless we
even be
can get
worth
grant
it.
money, unless we can get grant money,
It may not be worth the investment, and if so, then we'll try to get it decommissioned. And that's why it stood for years, is because the original grant, and that was the first wind turbine in Indian country, in all of Indian country. So that's kind of why the grant
symbolically it was great.
Yeah.
But other than that, that's about the only purpose it served. It saved the casino some money on their electric bill when it was functioning, but at some point, the maintenance cost, made it impractical.
Weren't some of the parts obsolete at one time too?
So they're just gonna assess it, but if it does go up and running, we don't know who's in charge of it.
I recommend we put Donald Trump's face on it. Go round and round.
I think those, the energy produced is sold by grids. And I think that was under the casino at one time. I remember the gaming commission had looked into it one time. I have Emily and Lila,
Alvin had his hand up,
or Alvin.
he was before me. Yeah.
Alvin.
I sit here and listen to everything that's being said, I'm gonna start with SWA. They're so far behind, they're about 16 years behind. And I've been there for 33 years, and I know what's going on over there. Every time I get them to talk, this falls on deaf ears. And a lot of these council people right here, they're handcuffed because they have relatives working there. There's 6 or 7 of them. And they don't want to make the decision to make the right decision what to do. So it's been falling on deaf ears every time I get up to talk about housing. Now, there's only one director there in the past that has really done something for that SWA. I don't know if you guys know him, his name's George Keller. Now, I worked for him personally, and he got like $3.2 million. So he forced the county. He put 176 people to work on the reservation. He created a lot of food, rent, payments for families that live on this reservation. Now, housing used to be able to do that, but for some reason, due to leadership, it's not being done lately. They had contracts, they opened it up, all the Pine Ridge contractors came. None of us, Rosebud contractors, were hired to do any of that work. Now, that's got to stop. The economic development here hasn't processed anything. They haven't created no jobs, nothing. I'm sitting here back there. I have more experience than a lot of people in economic development. And I want to get on some of these programs. A lot of people don't have experience in business or nothing. They're sitting on committees that don't accomplish anything for the tribe. We are at 90% unemployment. We're the poorest county in the United States. And yet we're all sitting here doing nothing. Talk about this and that. You're not accomplishing nothing. ARPA, for working class. What about our people?
our people have suffered enough. And, you know, it's time we all got together and started looking at putting tribal members first. Thank you.
Emily?
I just wanted to make a comment on the, power or the wind power. I think that because it was the first, everything was really new and technology has changed so much that I wouldn't want to scrap the whole thing. I really think there's a lot of it still there, not only for us to be better relatives to the earth by, having our less, a better footprint, I guess. But if it is planned better and it's more of a local, create our own grid type thing, you could power with wind and solar, and that would greatly offset your cost that you would have to do it. But the thing about it is you have to have proper training, kind of like our broadband situation. You have to have ongoing. So what happened there is they were given a large chunk of money for O&M of that. And nobody knew how to maintenance it, so it didn't get maintenance ever. And then, like, hey, there's a lot of money to spend in this budget, and it got spent on not O&M. And then when one blade broke for $50,000, boom, there was no money. And so then it just got crippled and everything. But it wasn't really designed properly, I don't think, because of the long term, and it was so new, and we didn't have our own grid, carried hot. I mean, there's a lot of things that went on there. So I don't want to scrap the whole idea of it because I think long term that could be a really good idea. However, that might fall into the whole place, you know what I mean, of what our future is for the whole thing, if we're going to move locations or anything like that. But I just wanted to mention that although that one specific didn't work, there's still a lot of potential for both wind and solar.
We are working with Calusa Energy out of California, which is a really big energy company that has a lot of background and experience with wind energy and solar energy. So I don't want you guys to think that it's just some random company out there.
Years and years.
Kayla.
Thank you, Madam Chair, thank you, Council. I'm just gonna reflect on some things that, as I'm sitting here thinking of the things that we tried to accomplish in the past maybe 10 years. And you're bringing up some of the stuff that I guess we didn't get to follow through, and it's taking a while for it to get to where it is. But I really feel that this morning the conversation that was happening should have just stayed all day.
All creating this more houses before it.
And I think that that's really, really important. Council, we're gonna have to, it's frustrating because, we wanna go forward with things, but then we have human hardship. We have addictions and we have all this stuff going on. And, it come to the point that, as a body here, this council, and I keep saying this, we need to bring somebody in, do some homework here, and we need to put some priorities up.
Yeah.
And, where SGU should be being talked about right now, because you should see all those positions that are open over there. What's going on? Red Coal. What's going on with Red Coal? What's going on with our chartered agencies? The tribe needs help. We need help. And we're not going to get it if we don't tug the ropes here and say, hey, okay, we've been good this long, we got to do things, do this and that, but we have to go back and we got to take this power back. We're just getting trampled all over. And, all these things that I talked about, this Justice Center, it's so important that we have a Justice Center. And all these things are a reality that are happening on this, not just here, but everywhere. And our people are starting to, Facebook runs this place. It really does. And it's hard for me to, I listen to things sometimes, but all of it is not true either. It's not all the truth.
But when we were talking about those pages that you, said, how we're gonna own, when, Russell's group went to, that Standing Rock where the pipeline issue was, we set up a thing there where people have to get permission from this tribe to, can I extend a minute? People have to, they have to,
Get permission from the.
get permission. People need to know that. If you don't get permission, we're gonna find you. That logo, and that belongs to the people. But we put things out there and there's no follow through. We're not strong enough to say, hey, you know what, we're just letting things go. We cannot do that. We gotta say, hey, God, this is what we're gonna do. And put it out here for us. Put it out here for us as a tribe. Come in and do the work, and that's what we need to do, is work on this, and when we gonna, so we can keep it going. We don't keep things going, so then it falls through the cracks. And then we have something else that's important, so then we bring that up, and then that falls through the cracks. But it's important that, that work that was being talked about here this morning, that needs to continue, and it's so important. I was just shown this picture and it just hit me because we're dealing with the meth problem. What does that mean to this tribe? I think we're in a state of emergency. You shut down these ball games. You shut down these activities. What does it mean? We have a police shortage. So what does that mean? What does a state of emergency mean? We can't just keep letting things go on, and we can't be not creating and following rules. So as we, go on and do our work here, I think it's important to do the prioritizing because, buying a home is really a huge thing, really a huge thing. So with our priority list, and if we can get everybody here and look at those things, it's important we carry this work through. All these things you're talking about, economic development, and which ones are given so we can push them through. But it's good to get caught up and know what's been happening. So if we can do that and stay with it and make sure it goes along, then I think we'll be okay. But on the other hand, there are so much important things happening. And I'm sorry, Ben, but I just have to add those in there. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, this body needs to understand that there's 20 of us here. And we can't solve all the problems of the tribe. Part of the solution to our economic development is empowering entrepreneurs and making sure that whatever we can purchase as a tribe from those entrepreneurs, that we're doing that. And we have to find a balance where there's a threshold, a dollar amount for, net income, that if we analyze a business and it's not going to net 500,000 in a year, then we ain't going to do it. Redco isn't going to do it, because what we're doing is we're buying small entrepreneurial businesses like the Beer Shack, like the Shoe, like Sichangu Auto. Those are meant for entrepreneurs. They may net $100,000, and that'd be good for a single entrepreneur. But how is that going to sustain a tribe? How is that going to sustain any projects that we have here? So really thinking about that and pushing forth on entrepreneurship. And with that is paired with the funding that we got, the SSBCI funds that Redco and Tatanka funds are working hand in hand with for business opportunities. We're applying for the second tranche. We got the first tranche of money that went out and went to build the childcare. It went to RCI and finished the childcare building. So now we're going to pull in for the second tranche of money, the second $4 million.
Oops.
You know, we're talking about economic development here, and we need to realize that, look at our job listing right now, how many jobs are available. You know, we have a huge, we have drugs here. We have meth, trafficking, you know, so this starts from the home. How are we gonna combat all these things? Individuals, non-Indians coming in here buying our young men and women, you know, how are we gonna combat all this so we can have healthy economic development here? Look at St. Francis Indian School, what they're doing with their students. They're actually getting certificates when they graduate to actually step into a role to be employed. You know, and we have Sechungu Youth that's working on things right now. But we always need to make sure that we find the balance and the follow-up on it. Because there's never, that follow-up's never there. And so something that would really help here too is the job position that Councilwoman Wright's been trying to put out there. A CEO. We really need that here. We really need a CEO here. We need to create that position. We need to find the money for it and get them hired to make people be accountable. Bottom line. And the last thing I want to say, this is off the agenda, but I mean off the topic, but we need to go with the curfew. We need to implement a curfew within the people right now. And one thing that made our people really be relaxed also was when we had COVID, we gave a lot. And people were limited to where they could go. Nobody had, you know, even with our kids in school, we don't even know how many kids that never even went back to school right now. How do we track all this? Where do we find the balance? But when it comes to economic development, you know, it's going to take all of us to make this happen. And this room should be full with all 20 council reps right now also. And every council rep sitting here should have a voice and speak it for the people. Thanks.
Jerry, did you have anything else?
I don't have anything else if you guys are done with me, would like to approve.
If there's no more, I'll move to.
Motion by Toast to approve her report. Is there a second by Todd? Question? Mike?
I just got a comment.
I call for the question.
If I could.
We'll take her a second back. Go ahead.
Economic development, a term that's been around for since the 50s and the 60s, 70s and 80s, and here we are, you know, in the 2000s. What is economic development when it comes to our reservation? You know, our economy is dependent on the federal dollar. And of course, that federal dollar, when it stays home, it encourages and creates small businesses, retail, that sort of thing. But that's not really economic development. Or maybe it is. Maybe that's the extent of it. But what is economic development to any of us? You know, I remember when I was a young man and I come down here, you know, there were some economic development ventures, Rosebud Manufacturing, Rosebud Electronics, Rosebud Big Bishop Factory, blah, you know, small things like that went by the wayside. You know, economic development, you know, only happens when there is a need that needs to be fulfilled. You know, what is that need here? What do we got to work with? Manpower, obviously. I believe our educational system is needs to step up. SDU's charter mandate is to meet the educational needs of our tribe. Well, what are those educational needs besides the ABCs and, you know, getting a high school diploma and getting a college degree and social services or law enforcement, you know, that sort of thing. But when it comes to economic development, are they stepping up? I believe they did recently when they created that little welding program. You know, that is a symbol of a skill, that a trade that people can learn quickly, and a business can be created by it, or a job can be created by it. We've got welding businesses around this area, you know, that are flourishing. Why can't we have one here?
Go with this fishing.
You know, you can say the same thing about when the heating and air conditioning of this building shuts down. What do? We call downtime. Okay. We've got some examples of successful examples. Chicago Propane is a successful business. Contingent again on because of the federal dollar, but nevertheless, you know, it's a Ojijika, OHCC. You know, that's not, even though the parent company is, the owner is SWA, that is a for-profit operation, you know, that generates its own money, you know, by competitively bidding on jobs, and it employs 22 people. You know, and so far it's got a little money in the bank, you know. But what else is there? What else do we have to work with? You know, if we want to attract development here, you have to have a skilled workforce, right? Well, how do you get a skilled workforce? Well, you develop a welding program. You know, you develop a program, an educational program that produces skilled workers that a business needs to develop here. And quite frankly, you know, it used to be manufacturing, that sort of thing, you know. Is that still viable? I don't know. But if you want to do something like that in this day and age with the technology and whatnot, you've got to have skilled people to attract the investment in the interest, you know, that those kind of ventures require to develop here. You know, maybe I always thought that one form of economic development is to provide our people with the best education we can, so they can go get a job someplace else. You know, even if it's off the reservation, at least, you know, they can sustain themselves and be successful. But that doesn't solve, you know. Look at our tribal ranch. One thing we have is all this land. Theoretically, we could be the biggest ranch operation in the state of South Dakota. But you know why that probably isn't possible. You know, the tribal ranch thing, we got all the ingredients when it comes to ranching, and yet it's been a dismal failure over the years. It's always one thing after another. Right now, it seems to be in good shape. We've got 500 or so cows that are all paid for and whatnot, you know. Why aren't we building on that? Because it's going to come at the expense of somebody else. That's why. How can we make money off the land? Because that's the one thing that we have. How can we do that? You know, we are doing it to some extent. We lease it out, you know, we tax a little bit and whatnot. But that ain't getting it. we gotta be realistic about what we're talking about when it comes to economic development. You know? It's been a long haul, you know, I've been watching this, trying to make something happen for 50 years, you know, and not a hell of a lot has happened. There've been some adventures, but they've died or were killed, you know, by politics and, you know, our pettiness sometimes. But when you talk about economic development, you know, I remember when we started Ojibika up there, you know, our idea was, our dream was someday we'll be building houses that we could sell out there in the open market. Not just here, but out there in the open market, you know. And we might still be able to get there, you know, but it's gonna be a long haul. But right now, they're up there, they're making money, they're employing tribal members, you know. It's not relying on the federal dollar, other than the money that housing gets to, you know, it gets to build a unit, or the insurance money it collects when the units gets burned down. Somebody's got to rebuild it, you know, and Ojibika is doing that. It used to be private contractors, well, we don't have any of those anymore, you know. So, when it comes to economic development, you know, let's spend time talking about it and being realistic about it, and be prepared to put the work into it that it requires. And a lot of that's going to be time. It's going to take a long time, but you take tiny steps. We see some of that happening now. The schools are getting back into the vocational educational aspect of it. SGU, I hope that they do that, you know, some degree more than what they're doing now, you know, but anyway. Thank you for allowing me to say that.
Emily,
Thank you, Mr. Bolton. Apologies, I know we were getting ready to vote, but I think it is important along those same lines is we're talking about the empowerment of our people. I think that's an important part. And Sherry said we are only 20 people sitting around here, and I think we all bring different perspectives and different backgrounds, and that's amazing. But we also have thousands of you all out there right now that also have ideas and also have experience and also have knowledge to bring to the table. And so I think that if we could think of our economic development as for everyone, in our broader sense, that would help us lean more towards, because sometimes when you get in here, you're project-based and you're wanting to get something moved, and that's kind of what your focus is. But I think it's good to bring us back. And I also just want to say there is a lot of opportunity and examples out there that show exactly what Mr. Bolt is kind of elating to, as far as using our land base in a better way, not necessarily just leases and that's it, it's kind of hands-off, but we could actually utilize through better policy and better things like that, a connection to our Lakota language and our lifeways, as well as bringing economic development and protecting our land all at once. So like that's like a triple whammy, right? Like you're getting those reconnection, you're revitalizing that, you're protecting your land, but then you're also reconnecting and being able to make economic development work with all of those things in place. And I always get told I dream too big and it's all butterflies and rainbows, but I've seen examples that aren't butterflies and rainbows, but that are the things that I'm talking about, and so I know they're possible. And so there could be things as simple as creating a facility that our people can rent out. We've always talked about building a user space when things are nice, but we have so many talented artists, we have so many talented cooks, we have so many just talented people who don't realize that their talent is needed and that it's a talent. I grew up loving kids and loving to cook and thinking that those were not skills to be born with, but they are. Being able to cook provide for your family and your people is a skill to have. Being able to teach and raise babies, that is a skill to have. And so we have many people with skills that they don't even know are true talents and that they're needed. And so to kind of build off what Cher was talking about everyone having a role, that's one of our biggest pieces right now, is letting people identify what their role is. And I know I'm going to get into education later, so I'll save that part of it, but that's some of the work that's happening behind the scenes is 4 degrees aren't for our people all the time. Maybe we need some 1-year degrees or some certificate programs or something that shows I am willing to be, I already have these skills inside of me, but if I need this piece of paper to prove to you, if I need these skills to sharpen those, I'm willing to do the work. And I think those are things that are happening, and so I'll save that for later. But I just wanted to say, if we are able to incorporate who we are as Lakota people now, bring all of our history with us, bring all of those protocols with us, but to now, we don't have to be stuck back there or whatever. So thank you.
Totes.
You know, we really had a good meeting this morning with everybody at the table. Maybe we need to do that for economic development, you know, bring them all around the table and see what they can all offer. And I'm also thinking around that table as Councilman Bolt, West Clone, look at how they have their own businesses too, and West is still working, doing day labor. You know, and those ones that are doing day labor, they're also getting their GEDs and everything. So he's also adding on to that day labor for them. So I think we need to have some meetings here. Maybe you can spearhead that too, Councilwoman Wright, where everybody can be at the table and come up with some plans also to find the balance.
I'll call for the question. Go ahead.
I'll just block out an economic development committee meeting for that and invite you all, because one of the problems, or I shouldn't say problems, but one of the hardships that I think all our committees face is that we're requiring programs to report twice a month. And really, if we have 2 meetings a month, one should be a working session, because we never get time to talk about anything.
Right.
Like Standing Buffalo, they want to do international trade with us, but it has never been discussed yet, because we hear from all the programs, and by the time we're done, we're spent. So it would be good to set those up, and I will set our next, maybe next month, set a meeting up for them. Because I think we're pretty booked up with some of our committee meetings.
And you know, when it comes to entrepreneur also, and I'm going to throw this out because I'm still proud of my dad, but he had Indian Health Services, IHMI. He had his mobile clinic. He had a clinic out in Antelope. He had one in St. Francis, and those clinics served more people than IHS did. And he had some pretty good doctors too. And those doctors and nurses still actually retired not too long ago that were working at IHS or Mission Medical, different places. So it can be done. You just need to have the right people to encourage and praise them to move along. But you got a lot cut in front of you, Chair, but we're here, Councilwoman Wright, but we're here to support too. So I'll continue to move on my motion to accept her.
We just had a call for the question by Emily. All in favor? Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
2,
Council, let's take a 45-minute break. Yeah.
45 minutes.
Tim in the secretary's office made